Good morning here from a chilly recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series match between the visitors from Pretoria, the Fidelity Titans, and the home side, the Garden Badgers. I've got with me for the toss on my right hand side Mr. Lezuka Mralazi and Masanmari Strader with two umpires. Next to me is the captain of the Fidelity Titans, Anneke Bosch, and the captain of the Garden Badgers, Zintle Kula. We're ready to proceed with the toss.
Here's the call.
Heads is the call.
It's a tail.
The Garden Badgers has won the toss. Zintle, a good start to win the toss here this morning.
Yeah, no, definitely. So it is. It is.
And
We want to bat first.
you're going to bat first. Zintle, it's your last game. It's a must-win to get out of the relegation zone. If we look at the team sheet of the visitors, it's full of international stars. Are you ready for this one?
Definitely ready. I'm looking to take it one ball at a time, but definitely ready for today.
You will take a lot of self-confidence out of last weekend's performances here against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
I mean, you just have to play the games, so I guess I have to do what I have to do.
Zintle Kula, all the best for today.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Anneke. There's not much in for you in this game besides winning. You will not qualify for the playoff stages. You arrived here with a team full of stars, the likes of Laura Wolfhard, Masabata Klaas, and Sunay Lees. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, we're excited for it. It's obviously good to have all the Proteas here. Everyone's really excited to play with them and to learn from them. So looking forward to it, and hopefully it'll be a good game.
It was a close contest earlier in the season up in Pretoria between the two sides, where the Badgers has won a Pro20 and you have Pro50. You'll not take the Badgers lightly, though.
No, definitely not. We know they have a lot of quality players as well, and they are a good team. So we'll definitely have to be at our best to beat them.
Anneke, it's always great to see the Titans here in action in Oudtshoorn. We're looking forward to an exciting contest, and all the best to you and your team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Anneke.
Engels bietjie opgeraak daar.
Normaal is 'n bietjie koop, maar dit is moeilik want die goed is laag, maar nou.
Ja. Dankie baie, dankie.
Good morning here from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the final Hollywoodbets Pro50 series match of the season. At home, the Garden Badgers up against the Fidelity Titans. It's a coolish autumn morning here with the news that the Badgers, the captain Zintle Kula, has won the toss and she opted to have a bat first. Like always, good morning in commentary, Nathan Plaatje.
Good morning, Albertus. Good morning, viewers, and a very exciting, cool morning out in Oudtshoorn. Looking forward to this contest here.
And Jason Mashanganye.
Good morning to our viewers. Good morning, Albertus. Good morning, Nathan. Looking forward to a great day in prospect here between 4th and 5th on the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series logs. Titans sitting 4th and Badgers sitting 5th.
Yeah, there is something for both teams in this, and we will look at this respective scenarios now. Well, the war between the United States of America, Israel, and Iran has also had a spin-off in this match. The Proteas tour to New Zealand has been postponed due to the inaccessibility of flights via the Middle East. And the Titans, they've got a massive international lineup here, the likes of Laura Wolfhard, Masabata Klaas, and Sune Lees, all part of this team. And besides that, they've also got the likes of Lismarie Marks, Anneke Bosch, and Mianay Smit. And Lismarie Marks will open the bowling from the commentary box end of the ground. And on strike is Julia Hall. She'll be full of confidence, fresh from a very good half century. A match-winning half-century last weekend against the Dolphins here at the very same ground. The Badgers, they will obviously take a lot of self-confidence from that win against the Dolphins by 15 runs last week, where they also batted first. There was a very good opening partnership. And Lismarie Marks in to Julia Hall. Oh, that's a magnificent straight drive. It hits the wickets, and they will go through for a single. With Julia Hall is A.K. Duka, the left-hander that is on a loan from Eastern Province. She looks like a very organized batter last weekend.
She certainly did look organized. They had a very good opening stand between Julia Hall and Alungeto Dunga. The Badgers will be looking for more of that this morning to get them off to a good start. The previous week, the pair put on 64 for the opening stand. Stunga lets this one go through for a dot ball. As we briefly mentioned about the logs, the Titans are sitting on 21 points currently, and the Garden Route Badgers sitting on 18 points. So all to play for both sides. With a win for the Badgers will take them above the Fidelity Titans. Big shout here from Max. Umpire not interested. And for the Fidelity Titans, for them to win this game, it'll move them to 25 points, which gives them an opportunity to move up to second, depending on the other results in that division.
Yeah, and as Lismarie Marks walks back, the other fixtures today in Durban, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins will take on World Sports Betting Western Province. That's wired by umpire Lezuka Mrulazi, who, like last week, is officiating with Sunmarie Strydom. Sunmarie is at the Freda Street end of the ground. And then the other match in Johannesburg at Steyn City is between the DP World Lions and the Northwest Dragons. The latest news that we've got is that due to the rain overnight, the match in Johannesburg hasn't started yet. Lismarie Marks in to Duka. And once again, lots of swing. You can see the cloud cover that we've got here marks the ability to swing the ball through the air.
Yeah, it's been a very solid start by the opening bowler for the Titans. Just some scenarios here that the Lions have qualified for the final. The Dolphins will qualify if they get any points against their match against the Western Province. And then if the Western Province beats the Dolphins with a bonus point, they will finish second. And if the Titans win with a bonus point, that's a fielding of own bowling there by listener remarks. If the Titans win with a bonus point, Western Province will still finish above them on bonus points. And then just a couple of more scenarios. If the Western Province beat the Dolphins without a bonus point, they will finish above the Dolphins on net run rate. And if the Titans to qualify for the final, they will need to win with a bonus point in Western Province to win without a bonus point. So all to play for in this final round. Defends on the back foot by Julia Hall. Brings the first over to a close. Garden Route Badgers 3 without loss after the opening over on this cool morning in Oudtshoorn.
Yeah, thank you. And the news from Durban is that Western Province has won the toss in Durban and they elected to bat first. And here in Oudtshoorn, the first over has just been completed by Elise Marie Marx. A pretty steady start for the home side. Pardon, they are 3 without loss. It was the over that was bowled by Elise Marie Marx. And Masabata Klaas will continue from the Freda Street end of the ground. I don't think she needs any introduction. This is a 103rd match in this format, and she has bagged 148 wickets, which is quite an impressive performance by any bowler, and she will go around the wicket to the left-hander Duka.
Class starts right on the money. Clean bowls. Alungelo, Alungeto Dunga, first ball. With the Garden Route Badgers losing their first wicket. 3-for-1. She went straight through her defenses. Castle. It's a great start there by Masabata Klaas.
Yeah, Klaas certainly on the money right from the word go. A magnificent delivery, swinging into the left-hander to castle the stumps of Dunga. And the first wicket of the morning is down. Long way back to the pavilion. There you can see it. Nice shape there. And taking the off stump out of the ground. And in comes also a former international player, Nadine Moodley. She played for Western Province and the Dolphins earlier in her career. A second season here with the Oudtshoorn-based franchise. And she will up against Masabata Klaas, who has just smelled first blood. Great delivery by the experienced Klaas.
Now definitely ball coming back into Dunga, just hitting top of the stumps. And the Titans have their first wicket of the morning. Klaas to Moodley. Having one slip. And on the money again. Probably some bat there. Very, very good start by a very experienced and skillful bowler for the Titans, Masabata Klaas. Nadine Moodley and Julia Hall will probably be looking just to see off this power play with the overhead conditions. That one just trays on the leg and just tucked away to a widey's fine leg for a single, and Moodley is off strike and off the mark. It's actually a very formidable team of the Titans this morning here, Albertus. Some big names, some well-known household names in the South African women fraternity, especially what's this ball from Klaas? It's a slight misfield there in the slip by Sinelis and allows the batters to come through for a single. So quite a big task ahead here for the Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, it's also an important match, as I've mentioned earlier. Should the Garden Route Badgers win here today, they will be out of the relegation zone. They're currently contesting with Northwest not to be relegated, and Klaas will run in and bowl to Nadine Moodley. Let's look at that team. Laura Wolfhard, Anneke Bosch, Sunay Lees, very experienced international cricket players, together with Masabata Klaas, the young and upcoming Mianai Smith, who has joined the Titans from Bloemfontein, and then Elis Marie Marx, that also played in the colours of South Africa yet. And that's another magnificent delivery. And that's the departure of Nadine Moodley. The Titans, they've got their tails up here. The second wicket is down with the score on 5.
Great start here by Masabata Klaas. Just clipping the top of the stumps to clean ball Moodley. Found herself stuck in the crease there. Not fully committing to that. Very great length. No shame in getting out to that. That wicket brings Celia out to the crease to join Julia Hall. The Badgers will certainly be hoping that this partnership can carry them to a safe place, allow them to get an opportunity at putting a target that can be competitive against the strong Titans lineup. Marks to all. Let's this one go through straight to the keeper. I don't think the Garden Route Badgers have to be worried about getting the lowest score on this field here. They've got a strong batting lineup themselves. Should be good enough to play themselves out of trouble here. Good leave by all again. If you look at the lowest score on this at the recreation ground, is 24, which was scored by Kai versus the home team, the Garden Route Badgers, a few seasons ago. And the average scores betting for average scores in the women's game is 155. A third one down for the Garden Route Badgers. Max catches, Julia Hall's outside edge. And Lizelle Lee completes the catch. Garden Route Badgers are 5 for 3 in the third over. Certainly in trouble now.
Yeah, magnificent away swing from Elismarie Marks. And Lizelle Lee completes a regulation catch to see the score 5 for 3. And the departure of Julia Hall. And in comes Annerie Dercksen. Well, there will be a lot and a huge responsibility on Dercksen here. She is a very experienced player that also stamped her authority on international scenes, and she will be joining Isel Cilliers.
Yeah, very, very big partnership coming up here for the Garden Route Badgers with their own international and well-experienced batter Isel Cilliers at the other end. Our home team in serious trouble this morning at 5 for 3 in 2.2 overs, 2.3 overs. Titans firmly have their grip in this early stages, although it's only 15 balls bowled. It's going to take a monumental effort by the Badgers to get to a decent total here. But Jason, sometimes you do say that this is where certain players step up and makes their name to bring your team out of such deep waters, to bring some life back into your team if you can get them out of this situation that they are in currently.
It'll certainly take a special effort here. It'll take a special effort from the Garden Route Badgers women's batting lineup to get themselves out of trouble here at 5 for 3. But they certainly have the stocks to do that with Annerie Dercksen and Isel Cilliers at the crease. They'll have to shoulder a lot of that responsibility in trying to get their team to a respectable total. A maiden over from Elismarie Marks to finish the third. Garden Route Badgers are 5 for 3.
Yeah, early in the season in Pretoria, in October, it was the very same Annerie Dercksen who hit a very fine century, 113, to take the Badgers close to the Titans. But in that very same match, Anneke Bos made 114. Pretty good over from Elismarie Marks, one of the young and up-and-coming players on the domestic circuit. She grew up in Pretoria. She also represented South Africa earlier. And definitely a very good all-rounder to have in your team. And she's definitely one of the most competitive players in this domestic league from an all-rounder perspective. On strike is Isel Cilliers. She enjoyed a very good season here. Her first one with the Badgers, scoring 283 runs at an average of 80, highest score of 83 and an average of 35, and she's got 3 half centuries. And today will be the ideal opportunity for her to move on to a 3-figure this season. But nevertheless, Annerie Dercksen has done some repairs to her headgear, and she's ready to take strike. Not to take strike, to move the non-strikers in with her international teammate Masabata Klaus running into Isel Cilliers. We've seen plenty of cricket lately at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn. Last weekend, the visitors from KwaZulu-Natal, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, paid visit here to the Garden Road Badgers, where the Badgers were victorious in both the Pro50 and Pro20 formats. A well bowled Masabata class. There's a big appeal. Angry umpire Sanmarie Strydom is unmoved.
I think that could have been bad there. Could have been the only thing that saved there. And look pretty adjacent from this angle. It's been a great start by the Fidelity Titans bowlers. Not giving much away. Especially with Masawata class, she hasn't allowed the batters to leave any balls up front. She stayed on the stumps, giving herself the best opportunity to strike here. No, it's early days, Nathan. And one has to ask the question at 5 for 3. Having won the toss and elected to bat first. And with the overhead conditions at the start of play, and a little bit of a breeze around the field with the bowlers getting assistance. Let's see this one tucked down to fine leg. Goes all the way for 4. 4 runs to Celia. That's the first boundary of the day for the Garden Route.
And as you could see, that swing there from outside leg swinging back in that, and that these two bowlers is definitely making sure they're giving the ball some good air time. Allowing the ball to move through the air. So one ball is about 2 overs old, another one 2.3 overs old. So it's gonna take a big effort from these two. And that will certainly help. Just tuck down the legs. Turning back for 2. That's good running by these two. And that takes the Garden Route Badgers into double figures. You need to take the small victories wherever you can if you have a difficult start. The sun is just starting to peek through. But the conditions is still much in the favor of the bowling team here. Dercksen on strike. That ball is cut beautifully from the back foot for no run. So we can read through and go through the team list of the Titans as you did earlier, Albertus. And you mentioned a few names, and even the ones that you didn't mention is an absolute formidable team in blue, with the keeper Lazelle Lee as well. So the Garden Route Badgers, and that is driven lovely but beautiful field there at point for no run, and that's the end of the 5th over. Garden Route Badgers 11 for 3.
Yeah, and the fielding has been done by the international captain, Laura Wolfhard. Had a little bit of a chat with her earlier this morning before start of play. And she reminded me that she played here in the under 19 girls week as a 14-year-old in 2014. So that was her only experience to the Oudtshoorn base facility at the recreation ground. Always great to see our players come through and play here. I can also not remember that I saw Lazelle Lee playing here. She played a lot of overseas cricket. But Masabata class, she was in action here before. She runs in. It's airborne. And a brilliant catch taken. That is the departure of Isel Sillier. What a catch taken there. Yeah, that is even more trouble for the Badgers. They're 11 for 4. And they are in all sorts of trouble now. That's a magnificent catch taken. And, well, they will certainly start regretting having the option to bat first here. Yeah, and we got confirmation that the fielder at mid-wicket to move brilliantly towards the right and took a brilliant catch is in fact Gandhi Yafta. So, very good catch. We will see it on your screens again. And, well, we're not speculating, but we can be in for a very early day here today. A 3rd wicket for Masabata class. And the Titans, well, they might sniff at the back of their minds a position in the top 2 here. Earlier today, Nathan. Well, for the Titans to qualify for the finals, they will need to win with a bonus point and Western Province to win without a bonus point. Now, I know that it is still very early days, but the Titans are in a very strong position. Yeah, and The new batter in is the captain, Zintle Kula. She's on strike with her teammate on the non-strikers in Anri Dercksen.
Yeah, I think the Garden Route Badgers are shell-shocked at this stage. 12 for 4. With Anri Dercksen and the captain Zintle Kula in the middle. Class to Derck. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. That's an absolute stunner of a ball by Masabata Class. She will definitely be eyeing a 5-4 here this morning. And she's giving nothing away to the batters. Class to Dercksen. Another dot ball, just move that one, just played into the leg side. At times, a person need to go think and look back and see, is a team playing against the names, or are they playing, or is that other team just having a stunner of a morning? And that ball is down leg for wide. Garden Route Badgers will take any run at this stage. But to be fair to the Garden Route Badgers as well, it's not like they've been playing rash shots. It's just been excellent bowling by this Titan bowling unit. There's two bowlers, Masabata Class and Lesmeri Marks. So you have to give credit to the opening bowlers of the Fidelity Titans, ladies. Solid defense played there by Anri Dercksen. Brings to the close the 6th over. The home side, the Garden Route Badgers, in all sorts of trouble at 13 for 4.
Yeah, it's also not always that you will see all the international stars in action. You know, often when players have got a rest, they not often play in these Hollywoodbets Pro matches. But I think the idea to get them involved is a very great opportunity of this season with all the international stars in action. And quite rightly, the Titans has come to the party this morning here, the recreation ground. There you will see it's only 17 degrees outside. It's normally the maximum temperature here in the winter, Jason. You stayed here for a couple of winters. Coolish day as we watch Lesmeri Marks Rula. Oh, beaten outside the off. On first slip, we've got Sine Elise. Oh, that one is soft hands down to third man, where Masabata Class will run in, does the fielding, and a single will be added to the total of the Garden Route Badgers, taking their score to 14, and one run added to Zintle Kula rather, also getting her off the mark. Wide down the leg side. Work for Lizelle Lee, who moves towards her left and does the rest with the gloves to prevent any buys. Over pitch firmly driven to mid-off, and there will be no run added to the total. The news down from Durban is that Western Province, as I've said earlier, they're batting first against the Dolphins. They are now 58 for 2, and we're into the 17th over with Lara Goodall at 26 and Yandiswa Mangele on 8. Full toss. Dercksen will deposit that for 4. Well executed shot by a classy batsman.
Much needed boundary for the Garden Route Badgers. We'll need a few of those from their star batter, Henry Dercksen. Good comeback by Marks. Right on the stumps. I think for the Badgers, as much as they're 19 for 4, they still have Mega Doreda in the sheds, who's coming into this game on the back of 100, 2 games back against Northwest Dragons. So she'll be carrying some confidence into this game. Playing a miss from Dercksen to end the over. After 7, Garden Route Badgers are 19 for 4.
Yeah, it's also great to see a play with the likes of Lizelle Lee back into the domestic competition. She played for South Africa between 2013 and 2022. And then she also played in the Australian Big Bash for the Western Storm and the Surrey Stars. And of course the Melbourne Stars, Melbourne Renegades and Hobart Hurricanes in the Big Bash. A very aggressive opening batter, as we watch Masabata class running into Zintle Kula. And Zintle not properly sure where that one go, but it was down to fine leg from the inside edge, and she will pick up a single. And there's a little bit of a discussion there between the captain Anneke Bosch and the umpire Sanmarie Strydom, but Masabata class will continue. Dercksen on strike. Oh, well bowled Masabata. We're into the 8th over of the match. Class into Dercksen. Firmly confident hit, but straight to Elizabeth Marks, who does the fielding. Yeah, for obvious reasons, when you're 20 for 4, your scorecard will not make any good reading. And it is, at this point in time, Henry Dercksen who is the top scorer on 6 not out.
Oh, 7.3 overs bowled. The main objective for these two is just to spend some time out in the middle and take it in phases and see where you can end up. Masabata class to Henry Dercksen, international teammates. It's defended into the offside there for dot ball. Very cool conditions in Oudtshoorn this morning. Had some rain yesterday as well, or last night. Just to bring the temperatures down. Just defended into the mid-wicket area there by Andre Dercksen. And that brings to the close the 8th over. Garden Route Badgers 20 for 4. And a very good solid start by the Fidelity Titans ladies. Masabata Klaas and Les Marie Marks.
The Badgers started this Pro50 campaign with 3 consecutive victories in their opening 3 matches. And then they lost 5 on a row and picked up a victory last weekend. Kula, this one played to the leg side, worked for Kandi Yafta. She took a brilliant catch early this morning to see the back of Isel Sillier.
That's a beautiful catch moving low to her right. To get rid of a very important Isel Sillier for the Hollywood Badgers. Max Tokula. It's played down to third man for a single. Mashishi does the fielding down on the third man boundary. I think, Nathan, as you rightfully mentioned, the Badgers will have to look at small wins here. See a shot down leg. I think they'll do well not to look too far ahead of themselves. Just break down. There's 50 overs into five over blocks for them. Make sure that the batters do not put themselves under any unnecessary pressure. It's played down to fine leg, vacant fine leg for 4 runs by Henry Dercksen to end the 9th over.
Yeah, a bit of relief there and release for Dercksen. Yeah, great to see Elizabeth Marks in action. Born and bred in Pretoria, she went to Swartkop High School. And that, incidentally, is the same school of the legend Mignon de Pre. She's physically powerful and a very key player for the Fidelity Titans. 23 years of age. She turned 23 in January. And a very good start by her. But that one was well dealt with by the experienced Dercksen, taking the score of the Badgers to 25 for 4. Jason, apologies for that. You're 100% right. I think the Badgers will take it into blocks of 5 overs, try to stay there as long as possible, spend as many time as possible at the crease, seeing out Masabata Klaas and Dercksen. Again, Marks, pardon. Oh, through to Lizelle Lee. Klaas very economical in the 5th over. Work for the captain, Anneke Bosch. Yeah, unfortunately for Anneke Bosch, she lost her place in the national team setup. We'll still recall a brilliant innings in that semi-final in the T20 World Cup against Australia. One to square leg. Gandhi Yafta runs around, but Zintle Kula will pick up a single, taking the score to 26. Sorry. Back to the bowler. Runs to mid-off where the fielding is done. The Titans are well aware of the fact that they can reach the final here. They've been in the mid-pool stages for the majority of this competition, and they can find themselves in the finals, which will be a great accomplishment for the coach, Pierre de Bruin, and his coaching staff.
Yeah, I just want to also piggyback on that the home team will have to look to take it in small targets, small steps, building themselves up to a decent total for their bowlers to try and defend. Final over of the power play. Final ball is defended by the captain of the Garden Route Badgers, Zintle Kula. And that's the end of the 10th over. Garden Route Badgers 25 for 4. Yeah, and at least it is a 50 over game and not a 20 over game where you have to start loosening the arms. So the one thing that the home team has is time. And there will be a change of bowling for the first time this morning from a commentary box end. It will be Angel Mgwenya. Conrad Badgers managing to hit 3 boundaries in that power play. And that's full and driven strongly through the covers, but well fielded into deep by Sinelis. And they will come back for a couple. Fielder out in the cover boundaries, Lene Smith. And that's driven down to point way. And another good effort. Oh, and that's a misfield. And that's what's needed for the Garden Route Badgers. Taking the small wins. And Andre Dercksen cut that one through extra cover. An unfortunate misfield allows the Garden Route Badgers to get another boundary.
Lene Smith will be very disappointed with herself. One of the great young prospects in domestic cricket. She also represented South Africa before. She was, of course, the head girl at the Hoërmeisie School, Oranje, in Bloemfontein, and playing for the Knights before she moved to the Titans.
That's driven down the ground by Dercksen for a single fielded by Les Murray Marks. Down on the long on boundary. It's very important that Andre Dercksen gets some good support by Zintle Kula just to remain there. Not to try and not give her wicket away. As these two, the partnership gone up to 21 already. That's very well defended. Full face of the bat. As the longer these two stay at the middle, there is still some batting to come for the Garden Route Badgers. Just to gain some confidence for the batter still in the shed. Very well bowled, very well played. Final ball of the 11th over. Mgwenya to Kula. And it's a dot ball. Garden Route Badgers 32 for 4 after 11 overs.
Kula, I think tactics will be to hang around to support Andre Dercksen. But mind you, Kula can also do the job with the bat. We saw that earlier this season. That she can definitely hang on. And the end of the over. And we will see the introduction of spin as Lazelli will put the helmet on. Paulina Mashishi. It's not long that we have to wait to see the introduction of spin. You would actually anticipate that with the overcast weather conditions, they would stuck with the seam for a bit longer. That's a bit untidy. And that'll brought up some overthrows. Just look at that execution. Brilliantly played by Dercksen. And well executed, bringing up 4 runs. Into the pocket, and she will pick up another single.
Yeah, Andre Dercksen does look like he is playing a totally different set of bowlers than the rest of the Consolidation batting lineup. A very good start to the star batter for the home team, supported well by the captain. Masisi to Kula. That's a good ball. Well kept out by the captain, Kula. That's played into the vacant square leg area for a single. And Dercksen on strike. And that's a play down too long on for a single, and that brings to the close the over. And that is 7 runs from it. Consolidation is 39 for 4 of the 12 overs. Reconstructing their innings.
Yeah, you correctly refer to reconstructing the innings. This partnership for the 5th wicket between Dercksen, who's on 23, and the captain Zintle Kula is already worth 29 runs, or 28 runs rather. So a very good start, not a good start, rebuilding. And Angel Ngwenya, she conceded 7 runs in her opening over. She will continue from the commentary box end. The sun is now brightly shining here, and we also look at the weather forecast, which all of us have these days on our phones. Straight to Anneke Bosch, and the weather forecast will tell you that it will be a sunny day for the rest of the Saturday here in Oudtshoorn. Plenty of sport once again this weekend in this Klein Karoo capital. We've got the Masters Athletics and also a big swim gala event here, and this, of course, the cricket here. Dercksen to fine leg, and wisely, and a good call there from the captain Zintle Kula to put a break on that intended single. And then there's also a big kickboxing event taking place, interprovincial kickboxing event. So every weekend you've got sport in Oudtshoorn. Oh, that one is it. In the vacant area between Gully, and they will come back for 3 runs. The outfield is not as firm and as fast as one would like to see it, but it is definitely, for me, a little bit faster than it was a few days ago on Thursday when we had a men's game here, and Dercksen will collect 3.
Wide ball down leg. And Ngizali might feel she missed out on a stumping there. Was Zintle Kula overbalancing slightly. I think what's interesting to me with the Titans' approach, one would feel they've let their foot off of the throat slightly with the change bowlers. A dot ball to mid-wicket. One would have thought one between Max and Klas would be given probably an extra 2 overs to try and prize the wicket of Captain Kula or Dercksen and expose this middle order even more. But to see that they went 2 change bowlers immediately after the power play, and that has loosened the shackles slightly with Dercksen moving to 26 of 35. All right, inside edge there from Captain Kula. Back shot towards the mid-wicket boundary, but will not go all the way. We come back for a second. At the end of the 13th, Gunroot Bejas are 45 for 4. So the Gunroot Bejas have scored 25 runs from the last 5 overs. So they're well on their way to rebuilding this inning. But I tend to feel the Titans have given them a great opportunity to be able to do that. Tucked into the leg side for 1 by Dercksen. Easily off strike. Kula looking to make some room for herself to access the offside with a field up. Good over so far by Mashishi, only conceding 1 from the first 4 balls. Look to close out this over without any more damage. Last delivery of the 14th. The field change, mid-wicket out, and goes to short third man. And that gives away an easy single to Kula. Good over by Mashishi, only conceding 2 runs from that over. Gunroot Badgers will move to 47 for 4 after 14.
Well, it will also be the first drinks break of the morning. 47 for 4. As I've mentioned here, and we've mentioned it, the badges. This partnership is worth 36 runs, so the score was 11 for 4 when these two came together. Andre Dercksen, who's on 27, and Zintle Kula on 7. And they slowly but surely start rebuilding this Garden Route Badges innings. There were 3 wickets for Masabata class. She bowled exceptionally well. And Elise Marie Marks picked up the 4th wicket. And the Badges, 47 for 4. We will be back after the rings. Well, the Badgers, after being 11 for 4, slowly but surely start clawing their way back into this contest. They're now 47 for 4 with Andre Dercksen on 27, and the captain Zintle Kula is on strike on 7, and Angel Mgwenya will continue bowling from the commentary box end. Oh, that's a full toss. Hit in the gap. That should be signal no ball. Just keep an eye on the umpire. Only 1 run taken. No, the umpires are unmoved, signaling a no ball. For 1 second, we in the commentary box thought that that might be a ball above waist height, but not adjudicated as such. Only 3 fielders on the boundary. We've got Square Leg, who's a few yards in. And we see here that mid-wicket has also now been moved to the boundary. And Miane Smith patrolling the offside boundary. Short. Work for the the national captain, Laura Wolfhard, who tirelessly dives towards the left, does the fielding. No run added to the total. Now, of course, the Titans are captained by Anneke Bosch, who's also got international experience. She is fielding at extra cover. on the circle. Short, cut, in the gap, work for Mianay Smith, runs around towards the left. And, well, maybe they are quite aware that Mianay Smith has got a strong arm. In fact, Zintle Kula played with Mianay for the Knights. And Henri Dercksen is a teammate of Mianay Smith, occasionally in international setup. And they settle for a single. Angel Mgwenya, she's into her third over and conceded 15 runs. And that 15 will become 16 is there's work on the third man boundary after an attempted cut shot down to third man by Zintle Kula picking up a single. End of the over, 15 overs gone, the Badgers 50 without loss, and if you look at the circumstances where they were, quite a proper consolidation.
Now the reconstructing for the home side is definitely on course. After being in trouble at 11 for 4, moving their way up to 50 for 4 after 15 overs. Henri Dercksen has been looking strong whole innings since the captain Zintle Kula is growing in confidence. And this bodes well for the home side. With Paulina Masishi bowling to the captain of the Garden Route Badgers, just working a down leg. Dot ball. And that was a top edge. And another wicket goes down for the home team. That's a good catch there at mid-wicket. And it's Jafta again. Mashishi getting the breakthrough, breaking this partnership of 39 runs. And that sees the back of Zintle Kula gone for 9. And she faced 31 deliveries. Garden Route Badgers 50 for 5. Yeah, just getting a top edge and a very easy catch taken mid wicket by Jafta. And the new batter making her way to the crease for the Garden Route Badgers is Mika de Ridder, a player that will be full of confidence with her current form. The rebuilding for the home side went well, with the captain being out there in the middle. And they'll have to reset and restart and form another partnership. The new batter for Garden Route Badgers on strike facing Mashishi. And it's a dot ball play to mid wicket. Fielded by Jafta. That's another dot ball just played to the point area. Just the one fielder out on the boundary at car corner for the Titans. It's very good bowling here by Masisi. Looking to close out the over. And at a second consecutive over where they take the mid-wicket out and the Garden Route Badgers manages to just play it into the vacant mid-wicket area for another single. Garden Route Badgers, 51 for 5, 16 overs bowled.
Yeah, success tasted for Paulina Mashisi in the over that we just saw, the dismissal of Zintle Kula for 9, caught by Gandhi Yafta, and that partnership was worth 39 runs for the 5th wicket. And yeah, the Badgers 51 for 5. And we will see a bowling chase. And to take you through the first over from Luyanda Nsuzu will be Jason Mashanganyi.
Thank you, Albertus. We'll see more spin from Luyanda Nzuza. Hollywood Badgers with 2 experienced batters out of the crease, looking to rebuild again. Starts off with a dot ball. Chance to Sunailis on the mid-wicket boundary. And she puts that one down. Tough opportunity. Probably an ill-advised shot from an experienced Mika Derrida. With a team in trouble, you think first prize is to rebuild and get as many as you can without taking any risks. This planned miss from Dercksen. It's 1 run to point. Good over so far from Nzuza. Only 2 runs considered of the first 5. And also created an opportunity that was put down on the mid-wicket boundary. One run to deep square leg to close off the 17th over. Garden Route Badgers are 54 for 5.
$54 for 5. A tough rebuilding process here, as we will see Paulina Mashishi. In the previous over, she got the wicket of the captain Zintle Kula, caught by Gandhi Yafta at mid-wicket. And she will continue over the wicket to the right-hander Mika Derrida. Yeah, Mika Derrida 2 weeks ago at the JB Marks over in Potchefstroom scored her maiden 50-over century in this competition against the Northwest Dragons. Straight to the fielder, and it will be a dot ball again. She'll pick up another single down to the gully region, and Henri Dercksen will be on strike. Firmly hit, straight to the fielder, and there will be no run added to the total. Dercksen, of course, hails from this cricket province, from the central Karoo region of Beaufort West, where she was at Central High School, studied at the University of the Free State. This one is ill-disciplined fielding and allows Dercksen to take a single and get Mika the Ridder on strike. Yeah, Mika the Ridder. She was born on the 10th of January 1996 in Cradock, as it's nowadays known as Nkuba. There will be no run added. And then she attended school at D.F. Malherbe High School in Kabega. And she, of course, studied agricultural technology at the Nelson Mandela University in Kabega, where she made a debut for Eastern Province in the 2020-21 season. And then in 23-24, she moved to the Garden Route Badgers. She also had a taste of international level, where she was included as the backup wicketkeeper to Sanalo Yafta.
Yeah, so two very experienced batters, very strong batters out in the middle for the home team. It's just a matter of if they can rebuild and stay long enough. And that's a strong drive over cover for Henri Dercksen. Overpitched and dealt with. Good start to the over for the Garden Route Badgers. That one just pulled down to deep square for a single. And the key would also now be for these two in the middle just to try and rotate the strike. That's very well played there by Dercksen. In a vacant square leg area for another single. And an absolute lovely lofted drive there by Henri Dercksen for another boundary. And again another overpitched ball by Nzuza. And that brings up the second boundary for the over. Just not losing a shape there. Absolute beautiful technique there by Henri Dercksen. And that forced the Titans just to bring their fielder, their boundary fielder on offset a bit straighter. That one Fuller just punched down the ground by Henri Dercksen for a single. $11 from the over so far. And Henri Dercksen goes into the 40s. Nzuza to the Ridder. And that's a dot ball. And also brings to the close the 19th over. Garden Route Badgers makes their way to 67 for 5 after 19 overs.
Great over for the Garden Route Badgers there. 11 coming off that Nzuza over. Mostly courtesy of Henri Dercksen. Mashishi to continue from the freer street end, with Dercksen on strike. Kreising allowed to square leg. Dercksen is playing a beautiful hand here for the home side. 41 or 49 balls. Big shot out to the mid-wicket boundary and a misfill there by Volvad. And the batters pick up 2. We have seen a few lapses out on the field here from the Titans ladies. But they'll look to clean that up. And there's been a combination of some really good batting from Dercksen and possibly some questionable calls in terms of the bowling changes that has allowed the Garden Route Badgers to find their way back into this game. You see a change in the field, mid-wicket, as has been customary. When Mashishi is bowling, last ball of the over, mid-wicket comes out. And the batters pick up 1 to the leg side. The Badgers moving to 71 for 5 after 20. Sure, the Badgers' first prize here. First thought will be to get to that average score of 155. Then from then on, they can look to get as many as they possibly can. 155 still a long way away from now. There's still a lot of good betting that still needs to take place to get them there.
Slowly but surely, 71 for 5 is not ideal, but it's still much better. Is 11 for 4. Mika the Ridder, she's on 8. She's on strike. Facing Zuza. And that is disappointing from the Ridder. No patience shown there. Hit it straight into the hands of Velasmary Marks and she departs for 8.
And that wicket has been on the cards. Mika Herrera didn't show any appetite to apply herself and absorb the pressure and make sure that she sticks around with Dercksen. Zuza picks up her first wicket. The Garden Route Badgers are 71 for 6 after 20.3.
And in comes Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. She can also hold the bat. There's no doubt about that. The bowling from Masabata Klaas and Elias Marie Marx up front was very, very good. And they picked up 4 wickets. But, I mean, there's no doubt, Jason, that it was a poorly executed, impatient shot by Mika de Ridder.
I think you're quite right. When you have 2 opening bowlers that bowled as well as Max and Klaas did, you don't want to give away any free wickets. You still want the bowling side to work for all the other wickets. But surely the conditions have changed slightly and it's a little bit better for the batters to bat. Big shot. And Janssen van Rensburg picks up a first boundary of the inning. And that moves the current route just to 75 for 6. Zuza just drops this one slightly short. And Van Rensburg is good enough to rock back and beat those 2 boundary fielders on the leg side. Another short one, leg side wide. Dot ball to end the 21st. 76 for 6.
Yeah, there are also some other matches around in the country in the last round of matches in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series competition. At Kingsmead in Durban, Western Province are at 110 for 6 against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins with Danai van Niekerk on 30. And as things currently stand here, if Western Province don't pick up any points in that game, and the Titans here win, they are in a very good chance to be in contention for a final, but also the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, they're on 25 points, so they should be fine if they win that one to advance to the final. And here in Oudtshoorn, I think it's a good move to bring Masabata Klaas back into the attack. She bowled 5 overs and she only conceded 8 runs, and she picked up 3 wickets with 3 very good deliveries. And on strike will be Andre Dercksen, who's on a well-played 41. That one will not get away to the boundary. And once again, they opted to settle for a single as Dercksen moves to 42. The score now 77 for 6. After this ball from Klaas, we will run through the scorecard. For defensive, the first wicket that went down was that of Aloncedo Dunga. She was bowled by Masabata Klaas, a magnificent in-swinger to the left-hander for 1. Julia Hall was caught by Lizelle Lee from the bowling of Elias Marie Marx for 2. Nadine Moodley, she failed unfortunately yet again. She was bowled by Klaas for 1. Isel Salier was caught by Gandhi Yafta. She was caught by Gandhi Yafta from the bowling of Masabata Klaas for 4. And then Zintle Kula, she was involved in a very promising stand of 39 runs for the 5th wicket with Dercksen She was also caught by Gandhi from the bowling of the spinner Paulina Mashishi for 9, and Mika de Ridder departed with an ill-disciplined shot for 8, caught by Marx from the bowling of Nzuza. Now we're in the 22nd over, and if you look at the score, it's no surprise that 88 dot balls has already been bowled in this innings. The general bowling discipline of the Titans was good. We only saw 5 wides in this 20 overs. But the captain and the coach will most probably say it's 5 too many. It was great to see the former Namibian coach. Played plenty of domestic first-class cricket and one-day cricket across all formats. Pierre de Bruin, he nowadays is taking control of the Titans ladies. End of the over, 77 for 6.
Only one conceded in that over by Masabata class. 22 overs gone. Almost at the halfway mark. Garden Route Badger 77 for 6. At least look for the, as Jason you were saying, at least for the 155 would be the first mark. And then whatever they can get then from there on in as much as possible. And we will see a bowling change from the commentary box in. Sunelis will be replacing Nzuza from the commentary box end. And Dercksen will be on strike. She will be bowling with a long on and long off, cow corner and a deep square on the boundaries. And that one is short, pulled away down to deep square for a single. A little bit of a long hop to start off a spell. It's another dot ball. And it did look at some stage during the previous partnership that Fidelity Titans ladies was just going through the motions, and that allowed a couple of misfields. Ill-disciplined bowling, which allowed the Garden Route Badgers just to regain their confidence and restructure their batting innings. Terrera on strike. It's to the vacant mid-wicket. Square leg area for a single, which brings the over to a close. Garden Route Badgers 79 for 6 after 23 overs bowled. Partnership now 8 runs. Still infant stage, but these two will be looking to spend some time in the middle. Andre Dercksen and Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg.
Yeah, Nathan and Jason, we haven't spoken about the condition of the pitch this morning. We're more worried about the overcast conditions. There was definitely some moisture early in the wicket, as there normally will be. But as the day will progress, it'll play much easier. This, of course, is the very same strip that was used on Thursday for a men's 50-over match, where the Garden Route Badgers played the Knights, and they successfully chased down a target of 250. So it is a used wicket. And, you know, maybe in the afternoon it'll take a little bit more spin, but it's very hard and very firm and well prepared. Klaas in to Van Rensburg. She'll pick up a single. Down to fine leg. Had one a little bit misbehave. Good awareness by Van Rensburg calling for the single. And Dercksen quickly moving towards the non-striker's end to pick up another single. Another single down to fine leg. Slowly but surely, the Badgers are getting closer to that 3-figure milestone. And I think to make a game out of this, they will at least need 200s, in my view, to challenge the Titans here. Oh, that's well played by Dercksen. It will not reach the boundary. They'll come back for a second. Angel Magwenya, third man who did the fielding. You can see Dercksen is a player of stature that's in control of his shots. Work out in a deep for Mia Naismith as she picked up another single. You will agree with me, Jason, at least a minimum of 200 to make a game out of this?
I think 200 would make a game out of it. But you first need to get there. As we spoke about, having small targets earlier on in the broadcast will be important for the Badgers, that they get themselves to the 30-over mark, and from then on look to get to 35 and so on in 5-over blocks. If they're able to do that and get close to 50 overs or better their 50 overs, they should be able to get the 200-run mark. But most importantly, it will be the partnerships they are able to build from here onwards. Dercksen looking very much in control. She just needs someone to hang around there with her. And Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg is very much capable of doing that job. Big shot out onto the leg side. Beats the square leg boundary for 4 runs. Big blow here by Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg.
Firmly hit. Not very tidy fielding down at the square leg boundary. But 4 runs to the credit of Nicolien Janse van Rensburg, taking her to 11.
Now, do the Titans take a chance and bring back Max into the attack? Try and get a wicket here. The end of the 25th. Gunroot Badgers are 90 for 6.
A quite healthy run rate, 3.6 per over. After the halfway mark, bearing in mind that they've lost 6 wickets, of which 4 wickets within the early stages. They were 11 for 4, and then there was their 39-run partnership for the fifth wicket between the captains Zintle Kulu and Henri Dercksen. Score now 90 for 6. And yeah, Elizabeth Marks will continue from the Freda Street end. Immediately bring in a few changes in field. She called in third man from the boundary to the circle. Long on, long off, mid wicket, and a sweeper on the boundary fence. In a 5 overs, she conceded 16 runs and picked up then 1 wicket. Just wide of mid-off, and that will allow Van Rensburg to pick up another single. Nicolien Janse van Rensburg, she made a debut in this format 10 seasons ago. She played 52 matches, and a higher score was 75 for Mpumalanga against Limpopo up in Polokwane in a 2018-19 season. That single will take Dercksen to 49. And the end, no, still 2 more balls to be bowled by Elizabeth Marks. Now, this is the 8th time that these two teams lock horns. The Badgers has won 2 out of the 7. And both those 2 victories were here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn. And of course, there was also a no result match between the 2 teams in those 7 matches. End of the over, 93 for 6. Dercksen on 49 and Nicolien van Rensburg on 12.
Yeah, small targets needed by these two. We were speaking earlier about what is a total that the Garden Route Badgers would feel, or we would feel, is competitive. But I do want to point out a very important stat, Albertus, that the Garden Route Badgers, let's watch this ball, punch down the ground by Henry Dercksen, and that takes her to a well-played half century, well-deserved. She showed her class this morning. And that's 50, spent 97 minutes in the middle, 58 balls, consisted of 8 boundaries. Well batted, Andre Dercksen. And she understands that the job is not done yet. Nicolien van Rensburg on strike. And that's a good single taken to the mid-wicket area. Just to come back to my point with regards to what the Garden Route Badgers will feel would be a defendable total. One stat that we have to look out for the season is that the Garden Route Badgers has 3 of the top 5 top wicket takers for the season so far. So I think their bowlers will be very, very confident.
Yeah, we said it earlier, if the Badgers win here today, they will definitely be out of the relegation zone. That is for sure. And that is something which I think will still be motivational of nature and at the back of their minds.
Yeah, and just before the end of the over, top wicket taker for the season so far is Nicolien van Rensburg with 14 wickets. The captain, Sintle Kula, with 13 wickets. And Kiara Fisher with 12 wickets. And the only player from the Northwest is Nini that breaks that top 4 cycle up. Final ball of Sunailis is over. And that brings to the end the 27th over. Garden Route Badgers, 96 for 7. Andre Dercksen, 51 not out. Nicolien van Rensburg, 13 not out. Partnership of 25 runs. Elias my remarks will continue from the Vrede Street end.
Mark starts off with a dot ball to Dercksen. I think, Nathan, you're quite right. With 3 of the Badgers bowlers, the top 5 wicket takers, will be key for them if they had to get anything out of this game. Dercksen still out in the middle. They still have a great opportunity to set a challenging total here for the Fidelity Titans ladies. Shot out into the mid-wicket boundary for 1. With marks into her 7th over and class 7 bowls, 7 overs already. The Titans will also have to start considering how do they use their 2 strike bowlers from here onwards. For the Badgers, the plan would be simple. Would be to put the pressure onto the change bowlers and the spinners. Last ball of the 28th, we'll see a change in the field with third man coming up into a ring and mid-wicket dropping out onto the boundary. And that's closed off with a dot ball. Only 1 run conceded of the 28th over, which takes the Garden Route Badgers to 97 for 6.
Dercksen on 52 and Nicolien Janse van Rensburg on 13 will continue. The partnership together already 26. As we will see, the very experienced international player Sunay Lees playing in a second match here at the recreation ground, operating from the commentary box into a spin. Well, misfield by the captain, Anneke Bosch. The one thing about Dercksen, I will speak after this over, the way that she constructs her innings. She normally takes a lot of time to play herself in. But when she's accelerating, she normally scores centuries from a runner ball. This is how quick she can accelerate in the latter part of her batting innings. Oh, there's a big shout there from Sunay Lees. Umpire Luzuku Mlazi is not interested. We'll take you through that delivery. Well, it's a good decision by the look of things by the umpire. So that one was sliding down leg. Janse van Rensburg is on 13. Work for Mianay Smith. End of the over. Score 99 for 6 after 29.
A very good partnership between Henri Dercksen and Nicolien Janse van Rensburg so far. Unbeaten on 28. And Masishi will be continuing from the Vrede Street end. She will be bowling to Nicolien Janse van Rensburg, who is unbeaten on 14. Garden Route Badgers 99 for 6. After being 11 for 4. And starts off with a dot ball. Only the two fielders out in the boundary, Kalkune and deep square. One played straight to and a little misfield. And that's untidy by the Fidelity Titans, which do take the Garden Route Badgers to 3 figures. 100 for 6. Comes in the 29.2 overs. Captain Anneke Bosch will not be happy about the ill discipline so far by the Fidelity Titans in the field. Although they did take 6 wickets already, but has not been quite clinical display by the Pretoria-based team. And the Dercksen, strong short arm cut. It's a dot ball straight to Sunelise in the covers. It's another good shot, good fielding again. And again, that fielding change from the last ball of every over that we've seen so far. Just quite thinking trying to make out what the thinking by the Titans are, because it just allows that to happen. The Garden Route Badgers just being able to rotate the strike with the last ball of the over every time.
I think that full change of the last ball of the over by the Titans is purely down to managing the over. They'll rather concede a single than a boundary. Dot ball by Lees to start the 31st. Single out to the mid-wicket boundary. That's for Dercksen. I think the Badgers can be happy with the position they find themselves in after being 11 for 4. This partnership has given them an opportunity to mount a charge later on in the innings. There was 1 run to end the 31st. And the Badgers are 103 for 6.
Yeah, this partnership worth 32 runs for the 7th wicket. Dercksen, the senior partner, she's on 55 already. Playing a very subdued innings with great responsibility, anchoring the innings. And Paulini Mashishi will continue from the furthest street end of the ground. The score now 103 for 6. Well, Jason, we will discuss it as this over progress. It's a well-executed shot. Fielding done by Mia Naismith. The Badgers, if Van Rensburg can hang around for another 9 overs or so. Support Dercksen. I still think that the Badgers can reach 200. We saw what Annemarie Dercksen can do when she's got the foot on the pedal. End of the over, 106 for 6. That run rate is sitting at 3.3 per over. And a bit quiet, yeah, after a very good start by the Titans. They backed 4 early wickets. But with Dercksen there, the Badgers hanging in there, and Sunelise will continue bowling a 6 over. She conceded 14 runs thus far.
Yeah, very tidy bowling by Sunelise. Going at less than 3 to the over. Nicoline Janssen sweeps that one down to deep square for a single. And Dercksen on strike. It's a full toss hit straight to the mid-wicket field, straightish mid-wicket fielder. Another dot ball. Very good bowling here. 30 halfway mark in the 33rd over. To see some frustration by Annemarie Dercksen, but no need for that. It's going at a healthy strike rate even though a team is in trouble. And that ball is swept down to deep square for another single. Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg just punching that one down to long on for a single. Fielded by Lesmarie Marks. Last ball of the over, and the field change comes in again with Annemarie Dercksen on strike. Just plays it in the vacant mid-wicket area for another single. It's 4 from that Sunelise over. Garden Route Badgers, 110 for 6. 33 overs bowled. And it does seem like we're going to take a drinks break, the second drinks break. Garden Route Badgers, the home side, being 11 for 4 in the early stages of after just 5.1 overs. After the first drinks break, 47 for 4 and now 110 for 6, scoring 63 runs in the next 19 overs. We'll see you in a bit.
The news is that the captain of the Garden Route Badgers, Zintle Kula, has won the toss this morning and she opted to have a bat first. The home side were in big trouble with the score on 11 for 4 with Masabata class, the international Protea, picking up 3 of those 4 wickets. But since then, they start clawing their way back into this match, courtesy of a 58 not out by Andre Dercksen. And she's got good support here from Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg for the 7th wicket. This partnership already worth 39 runs. And I saw that during the drinks break, Dercksen has received treatment from the physiotherapist. Look as if it's maybe a back spasm, but nevertheless. Paulina Mashishi will continue from the Freda Street end. She's bagged 1 wicket and conceding 21 runs in her 7 overs. And on strike is the main batter of the the Badgers, Dercksen. And that'll be a dot ball. It's just a glance to a wideish cover point. I should rather say backward point and not cover point, but she will pick up another single with that shot. We also just need to remind our viewers who just watched this one ball that due to the international schedule that's been postponed of the South African tour to New Zealand, allows players like Laura Wolfhard, Masabata Klaas and Sune Lees for the Titans and Henri Dercksen for the Badgers to be in action here today. We'll definitely come back for a second there as the fielder dives over the ball. Ellis Marie Marks and taking the score to 113 for 6. Just once again, just push that one towards long on, where Ellis Marie Marks runs in and does the fielding. And it's 1 run added to the total. The end of the over.
Seeing Zusa back into the attack on the commentary box end. And with 16 overs to go, Garden Route Badgers are now well placed to put on a competitive target here for the Titans ladies to chase. Zusa starts off with a dot ball to Janse van Rensburg. Just a hand of that delivery holding up slightly in the wicket there. It's 4 dot balls to start off this over from Nzuza. Well, that's the 7th wicket down. Well, the umpires are conferring here to check if that catch was taken cleanly. It looks like Janse van Rensburg is walking off.
They're very sporty. And she was maybe in the best position to see. Disappointed with herself. But that indeed one carry back to the bowler. And a vital breakthrough as Nicoline Janse van Rensburg departs with her total on 23. and that is the 7th wicket, 114 for 7. And now surely the Titans are back in this one as the firm favourites. It's not that they were not the favourites from the beginning, the way that this match has unfolded, but this was a threatening partnership, and Van Rensburg departs. Great catch and bowl, caught and bowl effort there. Well, we can't see there with the umpire as well as the bowler between us and the ball, and there you can see, and that brings Giselle Abrams to the crease.
That brought to the end a very good partnership of 43 between Yasser van Rensburg and Dercksen. The current Root Badgers would have loved for that partnership to grow even further into this inning. But as you saw, 2 balls prior to that wicket, there was a hint of one just holding up in the wicket of a length from Nzuza. Dot ball to close off the over. Maiden wicket from Nzuza, who's got 2 for 19 from 4 overs.
Giselle Abrams joining Andre Dercksen out in the middle. Conrad Badgers now definitely staring down the barrel, but they would still have hope with their star batter out in the middle, but he is quickly running out of partners. 35 overs bowled. Masisi to Dercksen, dot ball. That ball is swept hard down to deep mid wicket. Good bowling there by Masishi, another dot ball. Just tightening the screws here, the Titans. Went quiet for a bit, but you can hear the voices has been found again by the visitors. Garden Route Badgers, I think they will feel a bit disappointed. They were well on their way after rebuilding their innings to a competitive total, but it was always an uphill battle. And as that happened, Giselle Abrams tried to lift that one over mid-on, but unsuccessfully so, and straight into the hands of Les Marie Marks. And that sees the end of the Garden Route Badgers' 8th wicket, 115 for 8. 2 wickets left in the shed, 2 partners left for Henri Dercksen. And what can the home side end here? Kiara Fisher on her way to the middle to join Henri Dercksen. There is still 14 overs left in the Garden Route Badgers innings to try and get as much runs as possible.
A bitterly disappointing collapse here from the Badgers' point of view. It was a good rebuild for the 7th wicket between Van Rensburg and Dercksen, and now we also see the departure, or saw the departure of Giselle Abrams, 115 for 8. 2 wickets for Paulina Mashishi. She bagged 2 for 26. And on strike is Kiara Fisher. It's wide. Connection made. They will definitely come back for a couple there. Taking the score to 117. Andre Dercksen is on 60. Luyanda Nzuzu, she also back two for 19 into Dercksen. Work for Elizabeth Marks at long on. She goes on the knee, does the fielding. And that brings Kiara Fisher on strike. It's quiet here in the commentary box, not a lot of action. We saw all the wickets this morning. Zuza in. Fisher just punches this one to third man. And she's through for a single. Dercksen goes big. Catch has been taken by Elizabeth Marks. And the end of Henri Dercksen, who fought a lonely battle here. She departs for 61. And now the Badgers are really steering through the battle. You can see there, get it on the toe of the bat. Some work to do for Elizabeth Marks. She runs in and she completes a fine catch. And as we spoke, there's a very interesting contest up in Durban between Western Province and Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Western Province 187 for 7 after 42 overs. So we just looked at the statistics of Dercksen. 61 from 84 deliveries. She spent 134 minutes at the crease, just a little bit more than 2 hours, and she hit 6 fours. The badge is now 119 for 9. And batter number 11, Lucian Swartz, is at the crease with Kiara Fisher. Just get bat on ball. Dot ball. Yeah, by the look of things, we might see the Titans in to bat before the scheduled lunchtime. Overbowled, 119 for 9.
Yeah, you can't give much fault for Andre Dercksen. She did realize he's running out of partners. There was still quite a few overs left, but just couldn't connect that one. Well played innings of 61. Kiara Fisher on strike. Gordon Root Badgers, 119 for 9, 37 overs. Just plays that one off Misishi into the cover area for a dot ball. And as we obviously head to the final moments of the Gordon Root Badgers innings, it's been a disappointing batting display with only 2 batters getting to the double figure mark. Halfway through this over. Masishi to Fisher, dot ball again. How much more can this last pair pull out of this partnership? It's another dot ball played to backward point. And that one is straight. And the finger goes up. Kiara Fisher, LBW bowled Masishi, gets her 3rd wicket. And that's the end of the Gordon Root Badgers innings. 119 all out. Albertus, disappointing batting effort there by the home team.
Yeah, extremely disappointing. They won the toss this morning. It was overcast conditions. It was immediately Masabata Klaas and Elismary Marks who got into this Badgers batting lineup. They were 11 for 3. There was some sort of a resurrection to the innings courtesy of Andre Dercksen, who made 61 from 81 deliveries. She hit 6 fours. Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg down the order added some support. She made 23 from the Titans. Masabata Klaas, 3 for 14. Paulina Mashashili, 3 for 28. And then also Nzuza, 3 for 21. It's going to be very, very tough for the Badgers to restrict the Titans to less than this total and to win the game. My taking is that with a very strong batting lineup, the Titans should, in normal circumstances, get over the line with a bonus point to strengthen their position on the lock. We will be back after a break. The news is that the Titans only needed 38 overs to dismiss the Badgers for 119. Andre Dercksen was the sheet anchor. She made 61 from 81 balls and she hit 6 fours. There was good support from Nicolene Janssen from Rensburg down the order. Masabata class was key. She started with destructive bowling to have the Badgers in all sorts of trouble at 11 for 4. Paulini Mashishi bagged 3 for 28 and her co-spinner Luyanda Nzuza 3 for 21. And we will have most probably be 15 minutes before the lunch break at 10 past 1. So that will allow us to maybe have 4 or 5 overs in this innings. On strike is Lizelle Lee. Well, I don't think she needs any introduction. She played for South Africa before. She's a hard-hitting batter. Very destructive. And with her is the class act of Laura Wolfhard. So Lucian Swartz will have the duty to continue from the commentary box end of the ground with Lizelle Lee on strike. No slip in position. Swing and a miss. And through to the keeper, Mika de Ridder. And no runs added to the total. The Titans will be very keen and they are also in a very good position to achieve the target in 40 overs, within 40 overs. That will allow them a bonus point and will take them to 26 points on the lock. And that's a magnificent shot from Lee. She'll pick up 4 runs. You can see very strong from the back foot all over, and she's off the mark. Now, should
There's no given. All the teams can compete. Play and a miss from Nzuza outside off. I think she must just look to do the simple thing, just get Bet on ball. Just get Lee on strike. Get yourself in. When you're betting with someone of Lee's stature who can score very quickly, you don't need to worry about the run rate. Dot ball straight to cover. And for a young player like Luyanda Nzuza, she'll learn a lot from betting with a stalwart like Lizelle. Just learn how to manage yourself out in the crease. And how to complement your betting partner. Dot ball to end off. Maiden over from the captain Zintle Kula.
Eight overs gone, a total 20 for 1. They still need 100 more runs. And a very good start. I would rather say a very quiet start here by the Titans. They lost the wicket of Laura Wolfhard, who was caught behind from a brilliant off-swinger from Zintle Kula by the keeper Mika de Ridder for 2. But the dangerous Lizelle Lee is on strike. And to take you further, he also seems to have a great lunch, Nathan Plaatjes.
Thank you, Albertus. Yes, as Lucian shots runs into Lizelle. Straight drive. And the 12th man fielder, or the 12th fielder on the ground, stops that one. It's a dot ball. The lunch is never the problem. It's always the stays. Very tight offside field. Good start by the Badgers. It's driven straight to cover for no run. Garden Route Badgers have another 100 runs to defend. Not a lot to defend, but need to look for an opportunity where to break this partnership. Zali looking to be ultra aggressive here. That one is pulled from outside off straight to mid on. But this is good signs for the Garden Route Badgers. If the Fidelity Titans look to be aggressive like this, there will be opportunities. Straight down the leg side. Won't run away. It will just be a single. Fielded by Mika de Ridder, the keeper. And it's also very important that the Garden Route Badgers bowlers don't go searching too hard. And that will also allow for bad balls. And with this quality lineup of the Fidelity Titans, they will pounce on it. So it's a bit of a rock and a hard place. Well defended there by Nzuza. Titans 21 for 1 after 8.5 overs. It's a good ball by Lucian Swartz and well defended by Nzuza, which brings to the end the 9th over. Fidelity Titans 21 for 1. And it does seem the captain will continue from the Fraser Street end, which is rightfully so. He's been bowling very well so far. 4 overs, 1 for 4 runs conceded. looking to continue to lead from the front here for a team.
Yeah, Zintle Kula, before the start of this game, together with Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg, they now both on 14 wickets, the top wicket takers in this competition. As she runs in, that's airborne, it should be taken. It's an opportunity there, just wide of a running Nduka. And the batters will collect a single.
I think, as you rightfully mentioned, Nathan, in the previous over, they're suddenly looking to go ultra aggressive. That will create opportunities for the Badgers. On this occasion, it just lands in no man's land. Dot ball to Nzuza. Still a not from 10. I think with a modest target of 120 for the Fidelity Titans ladies, I don't think they need to go ultra aggressive for them to knock that over. And good organized batting can get you there. Just need two good partnerships in your top order, then you should be able to get home without taking any unnecessary risks. Zuza hasn't found the timing yet. He hasn't found the middle of that bat yet to get off strike. It'll be vitally important for her to catch a move on, in the sense that she needs to be able to rotate strike, be able to get to the other end, and allow Lee to play. Good ball by Zintle Kula right on the stumps, testing that front foot defense. One ball remaining in the 10th over to close off this power play. Dot ball to close off the 10th over. Then at the stage 22 for 1 for the Fidelity Titans ladies. I think both teams will be relatively happy with where they stand. The Titans, they've only lost 1 wicket in the power play, so regardless of the rate at which they're going at, they only need to chase 120 runs. Well, I think at this point it's even Stevens, as we'll see a bowling change from the commentary box end, with Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg replacing Swat.
Yeah, as expected, Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg, together with Zintle Kula and Nanene Nini of the Northwest Dragons, they're all on 14 wickets in the season. And Janssen van Rensburg were very, very good last weekend in both the Pro50 and the Pro20 matches, where her bowling secured victories for the Badgers. Oh, that's a good Yorker. Early up for Lizelle Lee. Quite content to just keep that one away from the wickets. I think the Titans did well to get Lizelle Lee on board. I recently saw her in the women's edition of the IPL. And a tight ball from Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg. We're very fortunate to have a coolish day here in Oudtshoorn. I can remember and recall over my years here that there were some pretty hot days in the month of March with some unexpected overnight rain, and it's quite livable outside. A punch just in the gap, and Lizelle will comfortably run through for that single. But Jason has just reminded me on the week ahead. Tuesday 37, Wednesday 38, and I'm not talking about runs, that's degrees Celsius, and Thursday 38. Oh, in the gap to third man, work for Lucian Swart, who does the fielding. And on Wednesday at 38, we've got a game on here, the Garden Route Badgers versus the SA Emerging team. So I can only assume that the air conditioning system here in the commentary box will be in full operation. Sweeper out, Duka, that's the fielding, and it will not prevent a single. Three runs conceded of this, the 12th over, and the Titans chasing 120 at 25 for 1. This partnership is worth 13 runs, and 1 wicket is down. That is, of course, Laura Wolfhard, caught by the wicket-keeper, Mieke de Ridder, from the bowling of Zintle Kula for 2, and in comes Henri Dercksen, replacing a captain from the Vrede Street end of the ground.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder of the week ahead. It's going to be very hot weather in Oudtshoorn. Henri Dercksen from Vrede Street end. Bowling to Lizelle Lee. Sweeper out on the offside boundary. Deep square, fine leg in third man. That ball is played straight to backward point for dot ball. Some great timing by Lizelle Lee. The ball does come off better if she times the ball rather than try and hack, if a person can call it that way. That ball is just swiveled around to fine leg for a single. Giselle Abrams doing the fielding on fine leg. Very good energies by the home team. Constant communication. That's what you need to do when you're only defending 120. Make sure that your opponent knows that you're not going anywhere. Dercksen to Nzuza. Dot ball. Lovely day to be watching cricket from the recreational ground in Oudtshoorn. It's another dot ball. Good start here by Henri Dercksen. It's a good day at the field because in between overs, the DJ is pumping the music as well, keeping us on our toes. Oh, playing a miss there. And unfortunately, Derrida couldn't grab that one behind and the batters go through for a bye. Was that not, there's no signal from the umpire? Oh no, there is. It's a bye. Oh. We almost got excited here, disappointed at the same time in the commentary box. But it is a bye. Fidelity Titans ladies 27 for 1 after 11.5 overs. Dercksen to Lee, final ball of the over. Comes down the track and that one is skied. Mika Derrida going for it, but it falls in between her and Moodley. It's only one. It's an opportunity. And that's the end of the 12th over. Fidelity Titans ladies living on the edge. 28 for 1. Giving opportunities to the Garden Route Badgers.
That's for the second time in her innings that Lee hit one airborne that just landed in a vacant area of no man's land. And she survived. She is currently on 24. And Luyanda Nduza has faced 19 balls for a single. Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg into Lee for defensive. I like, if you look at the approach from Lee, look, there's no rush really to do anything unnecessary or to take any risks for that matter. Quite subdued, playing it defensively, preventing any damage into that W column of the Fidelity Titans. Work for Henry Dercksen. On the screen you will see, oh, there's a big swing. Isal Salier chatting to players who go to some refreshments. Attempted big swing from Lee, no run added to the total. Here's the inside edge into the ground. Mika Derrida does the fielding. Now there will not be any runs with that one hit to square leg. When the filling has been done, it seems like Jose Canfo is on the field. Well, that is indeed Lucian Swartz. Almost a Yorker, hit to mid-wicket, where Julia Hall runs in from a deep mid-wicket, covers about 15 yards forward, does the fielding, but it will not prevent a single, and taking Lee to 25.
This Titans inning hasn't gathered any momentum at all. I think that's testament to some good bowling. Also looks like the wicket might be playing its hand in that as well. Seems to be holding up slightly. Not easy just to hit through the line. I think it's a day where you'll have to depend a lot on conventional cricket shots for you to get your runs here. Let's tickle down to fine leg for one. White ball down leg side. Players have been pretty disciplined up to so far. Dercksen goes hard back of a length and Zuza can't get hold of it. He's beaten for pace on this occasion. And it's important for batters to be able to assess quickly, assess how your conditions are and get to grips with it and play as per the conditions. Certainly doesn't look a wicket that you can try and force matters on.
Now, there's certainly no intent from Zuza to force matters. She already faced 23 deliveries for that single as Dercksen runs in.
No ball from the standing umpire. Free hit to Nzuza. She knocked the bails. What will Nzuza make of this? Can have a free swing of this. Maybe it's exactly what she needs to break the shackles. She's one of 22. Only one run considered of that free hit. Dercksen will be happy with that result. That brings Lee to strike. She's 26 or 41. So she's doing the bulk of the scoring. Short one, head out to Lucian Swartz on the square leg boundary for one. I think as we saw earlier on with Dercksen batting, taking control of that inning, I think that might be exactly what Lee needs to do to get her team home here. As you can clearly see that for new batters, it is hard for them to get going on this wicket now. Dot ball to extra cover to end the 14th over. Titans are 34 for 1.
A very quiet, controlled approach here by the Titans. They do not want to take any risks. And I think they're also well aware that 2 quick wickets will put them at, say, 40 for 3. And then the cat can be amongst the pigeons here. We saw especially how the Badgers and other teams has successfully defend low totals here at this ground, especially in the women's cricket competition. Van Rensburg running into bowl to Lazali. Yeah, airborne, over long off for 4, pressure release from the first ball of the over, taking Lazali to 35.
Lofted drive there over mid-off for another boundary to the South African legend. Takes the score to 38 for 1. Slight correction, she's on 31. Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg. Oh, that's a good ball. That one just squeezed out. Good fielding by Lucian Swartz. Allows the batters to come through for a single. And does bring Luyanda Nzuza on strike. 81 more needed by the Fidelity Titans. It's a good shot. Well fielded also by Julia Hall. Batters do make it through safely for a single. The field spreads when Lizelle Lee is on strike. Janssen van Rensburg to Lee. And that ball is muscled over the car corner. Julia, just bounced short of Julia Hall. Probably a slight opportunity there, but just bounced in front of her. And the Fidelity Titans ladies get through for a single. It's a good ball by Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg. 14.5 overs bowled. Just have a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Long on and a third man. It's boundary riders. It's a lovely straight drive. Hit the wicket and falls into a vacant mid-wicket area, but no run is taken. And that is the end of the 15th over. Fidelity Titans 41 for 1 after 15 overs. At the same stage, the home team, Garden Route Badgers, was 50 for 4. So it's a good bowling effort so far by the home team.
So Lazali, who's on strike, 33. You mentioned the competitive scores. Although the Badgers had more runs on the board, they lost more wickets. Dercksen to Lee. Airborne. Will that go all the way? Yes, it does. Over cow corner for 6. I would rather say that's over deep mid-wicket for 6. And Lazali has decided it is time to finish the business here in Oudtshoorn this afternoon. Some rap music at the background. My music knowledge is not that great, but I can certainly tell you that's rap playing there. Airborne. Over the head of the keeper, Mika the Ridder. She runs, but it will only be a single. taking the score to 48 for 1. And this partnership is worth 36. And by a long shot, Luyanda Nzuzu is the minor partner here. She scored 3 runs. But in hindsight, she played a pivotal role. Just couldn't get that one off the square back to Dercksen.
I think it's just important that she sticks around there with Lizelle. But equally so, she'll need to get off strike just a little bit more.
Couldn't pierce a gap in the offside, which is got point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. On third man on the offside, we've got Nadine Moodley, who's patrolling the third man boundary. Another bouncer through to the keeper, the Ridder, and it's the 1 ball per over which is permitted to bounce head height, as signaled by umpire Sunmarie Straydon. She is officiating at the Vrede Street end of the ground, and at square leg we've got Mr. Lizuku Nralazi. Attempt to play that one through the onside, leg side. No contact made. And that is 16 overs gone. The score 48 for 1.
Nicola Janssen van Rensburg to continue from the commentary box end. I think the current route badgers at this point, they have to think about breaking this partnership. Who do they look to do that for them?
Yeah, Jason, I would definitely try to introduce spin. If you look at the Titans' 2 spin bowlers, Nduza, which is ball. Lizelle over extra 1 bounce, and that's over the fence for 4. Inside outs, brilliantly executed shot from Lizelle, taking her score to 44 and the 50 up for the Titans.
I think on this occasion, same as last over, Nicola Janssen van Rensburg has missed the length. She's went really full, half volley length. Makes it easy for Lizelle to head through the line.
Work for Isal Solier. Comes in, does the fielding. Isal Solier will be very disappointed with her batting performance today, although she will not be the only one. But the total now 53 for 1. Spoke about spin. Paulini Mashishi, together with Luyanda Nzuza, they each bagged 3 wickets. So hence my question to look at the introduction of Kiara Fisher into the bowling attack.
Head out to mid-on. I think you're quite right. Mashishi bowled a full complement of 10 overs and she bagged 3 for 28. So she was able to contain the run rate and also pick up wickets. And we saw with Nzuza when she was bowling from the commentary box and that there was a few deliveries that might have held up slightly in the wicket. The length is more important than anything. Dercksen does the fielding on this occasion.
Yeah, that was the 33rd delivery that Nzuza faced, and she's on 3.
It's clear that Nzuza has the basics for her to be able to succeed in the long run. She'll have to work on her options, strike rotations, and 1 or 2 boundary options as well.
Firmly hit, but unfortunately straight to the mid-off, who's the captain, Zintle Kula, and there will be no run added to the total. The score 53 for 1, and that is after 17 overs. So the required rate, not that that is very relevant, is 2 per over. I anyway think, and logic tells everybody that follows this game, including us in the commentary box, that the Titans will definitely aim to cross or surpass the winning target within 40 overs to walk away here with a bonus point and put them in a real chance to advance to the final, to be played against either they would play the DP World Lions in the final. Will finish at 36 points. They will definitely top the lock. We will now give you an update on the match between Western Province and the Dolphins in Durban.
Henry Dercksen to continue from the Freda Street end. Pulled away down to deep mid-wicket by Lazelle Lee for a single. Yeah, definitely exciting day in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. Keeping a close eye on the other results.
All the results are of significance, both at the top and at the bottom of the table.
Nzuza on strike, facing Dercksen. Try to pull that one straight to mid-wicket for dot ball. Good slower ball there by Andre Dercksen. Will just work to fine leg, fielded by Giselle Abrams. Still good energies here by the Garden Route Badgers. Still keeping the energy levels up.
Dercksen, penultimate ball of this over to Lazelle Lee. Intelligent bowling from Dercksen. Following Lazelle Lee as he presents herself some room to hit that one. And 1 run added to the total. Yeah, we spoke about it. The importance both at the bottom and the top of the lock of this specific weekend, which is the last weekend. Yeah, a victory here for the Badgers, if that is the correct word today, will indemnify them from relegation, but that seems not to be the case as this match unfolds. Then in the match between the DP World Lions, so they end up on 30 points because their fixture against the Northwest Dragons at Steyn City in Johannesburg was abandoned. So they end up on 30 points. Currently in the second position on 25 points is the Dolphins. Now they're chasing 227 against Western Province up in Durban or down in Durban. They are currently 53 for 1 after 12 overs. So they're in a very good position to achieve that. And then they should be the team joining the Lions in the final. Should Western Province win that game and the Titans win by a bonus point here in Oudtshoorn, which seems to be very possible, the Titans will join the Lions in the final. But I hope I expressed myself in the most simplest way. But Kiara Fisher will be introduced from the commentary box end of the ground with spin. Just each one in the pocket, and she'll pick up a single. That is Lizelle Lee, taking her score to 48. Dive towards the left by Nadine Moodley, and she prevents any further runs.
And Kiara Fisher will be very important for the Badgers if they are to get any foothold in this game.
Oh, swing and a miss. Good bowling from Fisher.
They still have spin overs from Giselle Abrams as well.
Now the leg spinner Giselle Abrams with Offord, beaten through to the keeper. I picked up something very interesting. I'm not sure if I saw it last weekend as we watched Kiara Fisher. And she really struggled, that's Nzuza against Fisher. Couldn't make contact to that ball. Flight. And a comfortable single to retain the strike in the over. Jason, you both and Nathan watch a lot of Kiara Fisher bowling. She used to bowl 3 balls over the wicket and the next 3 around the wicket, but that seems to disappear, that habit.
Yeah, I think over the last few games, we've seen that being done away with. For the first half of the season, that was pretty much how she operated. First 3 balls over the wicket, then the remaining 3 around the wicket. I just question the tactic from Kiara Fisher or the captain this previous over in the last ball. They gave Nzuza a free run to get on strike. I would understand that with how the Titans did it when they trying to set a target. But then now you're defending a score, you're trying to pick up wickets, and you're giving away an easy one. Whereas Nzuza has not been able to score freely. Why don't I have the field up and say to her, try and clear the field and induce a mistake, and in that way I can get a wicket?
Yeah, we spoke about evolution, and there will not be time in this over, but we can touch that subject after this over from Giselle Abrams, the leg spinner.
It's a good start by Abrams there, targeting the wickets. Short and wide, got away with that one. Yeah, Jason, I don't understand when you're defending small target, even so less so, and then you're still allowing the easy single. That short, slight misfield, got a hand to it.
I can get someone thinking that you want the lesser partner of the two to be on strike, but you do not have enough runs or enough time to really have an effect if that's the strategy you want to impart.
And that is work to a vacant 45 on area on the leg side. And Lizelle Lee comes back for a second. And that's 50 up as well for Lizelle Lee. 50, 71 minutes in the middle. She hit 52 balls. 5 fours and 1 6. That's a dot ball. Good bowling there by Giselle Abrams. That's a very lazy shot there by the opening batter of the Fidelity Titans. And that is the end of the 20th over. Fidelity Titans 61 for 1 after 20 overs. At the same stage, the Garden Route Badgers was 71 for 5 after 20 overs. Kiara Fisher will be continuing from the commentary box end.
Another big swing and a miss from Nzuza outside off. Just needs to get her head a little bit closer to that if she stands any chance of making contact with that.
And an opportunity. Giselle Salia just couldn't get to it. Nzuza stepping down to wicket, trying to loft that one over long on, but didn't get hold of it. And falls just short of Giselle Salia. She was stretching there for that one. But a good effort on the boundary. This is very good bowling by Kiara Fisher, just giving it a lot of flight. It's a white ball. Just pushing that one.
So Fisher in to Lizelle Lee. Pretty quiet approach. Low risk, conventional. The objective is very clear, to reach the target within 40 overs. 20 overs gone, they're halfway there. And on the other hand, the Badgers not giving away plenty. And Luyanda Nduza not making contact. She's there already for 49 deliveries for her 7. That'll be a single as Lucian Swart runs in, does the fielding. 21 overs gone, 65 for 1. Jason, as a Cricket South Africa coach developer, and we spoke about the evolution and the transformation of the women's professional game, which will be concluding its second season very soon. It's definitely so that the skill sets in all formats, batting, bowling and fielding, has improved. What is your take on the improvement and the progression of the tactical awareness of teams? You can take us through that as it's over progress.
Got shot down to fine leg by Nzuza. Should be able to come back for 2.
Just the one.
Some lazy running there. I think the technical awareness of the players has definitely improved from what I've seen watching the women's game. The great thing about it is that all these teams in the Hollywoodbets, Pro50 and Pro20 series, all of them can win against each other. There isn't clear favorites. No, the Lions are top of the log and that. But everyone has lost a game at some point in the season.
And that one knee by Lizali and lofts it over deep mid-wicket for another 6. Absolutely creamed that one. It's too full there by Giselle Abrams, just on one knee. And absolutely smashed that one over deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, a proper exhibition of our Sloxy sweep shot must be played.
Yeah, so that ball has went through the fence and it's out in the road.
Yeah, Jace, it just gives us an opportunity just to go back to that point you were making. I mean, gone are the days where you're trying to treat the ladies' game with a lot of gloves on because it's a professional outfit now. So, which also, when a team performs like the batting performance of the Garden Route Badgers today, you have to be critical to them because they are a better outfit than what they showed today. And I mean, the quality of the fielding needs to be at such a level that if you do make the selection for the Protea ladies or the A side, that you can step up.
I think quite right. I think we need to realize that the players at this level are the very same ones that should and will represent our national women's team. So the quality needs to be of an acceptable standard. So if you're not meeting the grade, there should be conversations had about how do we upskill you if it's a matter of upskilling, and to ensure that all players are on par with what's required of them in this professional game. I think you look at over the last couple of seasons, tactically, as Albertus was asking earlier, there has been improvement on how that has went. As we saw earlier with the Titans in their bowling inning, they were managing their overs. The last 2 balls of the over, they changed the field around to make sure that they'll rather concede 1 run instead of conceding a boundary. So those little things are important, and it's good to see that it has crept into the women's game.
And it also is a testament to why the South African women's team is such a very good fielding side as well. There has been some lapses of concentration by the Protea players out there today, but I mean, it could be that lapse of concentration as well. But the South African women's team is such a good fielding unit that it just portrays from the Pro50 series, the Pro20 series of the Hollywoodbets series, that it's something is being done right. And that just gives more opportunities to the players to get quality training, quality coaching, and that's the result that you will get.
Yes, I think quite right. As you've seen with the Proteas ladies, how they've performed over the last few years, that they've been on an upward trajectory, and that's all credit to what's happening in the domestic game. Professionalizing women's cricket has been very key. Make sure that they're able to earn a decent income and concentrate on upskilling themselves and bettering themselves as cricketers, and that will benefit women's cricket in the long run.
Ball has been found. Giselle Abrams to Lizelle Lee. Dot ball. Driven straight, good fielding there by Captain Sinclair Kula.
So only 48 to win. Should be achieved in a Kentire.
That one again to the vacant. fine leg, 45 area, short fine leg. And should have been a couple of runs there. And that is also the end of the 22nd over. Fidelity Titans 73 for 1 after 22 overs, well on their way to getting this target within the 40 overs to achieve that bonus point.
Kiara Fisher from the commentary box into Lazelli, who's in 57. Short. Straight to Giselle Abrams. Backward point. Two dot balls. And an attempted slog sweep. And the departure of Lazelli, clean bowled by Kiara Fisher. Important wicket. Lazelli will be disappointed. She held the innings together with some aggressive batting. And that's her end and the end to this partnership. And in comes Sunelise. Yeah, Sunelise has played 82 matches in this format. A top score of 153 not out for the Titans against the Knights. He's got an average of 50.57, and that is why he plays in the green and gold.
Yeah, as soon as you think you got rid of one, another one steps out. But as they say, Albertus, each batter have to restart every time they walk out in the middle.
Yeah, and even in the men's version, a lot of those batters will tell you that it takes some time to play yourself in on this recreation ground wicket. Oh.
That's very good bowling by Kiara Fisher.
Now she's developed into a real match winner. White. But there's no protection behind square on the offside. She runs down that one to third man and gets off the mark.
The Fidelity Titans, ladies, 74 for 2 after 23 overs bowled.
Yeah, and great to see that the captain, Zinhle Kula, has reintroduced herself into this attack. She was very impressive up front, only conceding 5 runs from her 5 overs and get the very important wicket of Laura Wolfhard for 2 when she was caught behind by Mika de Ridder.
Yeah, I tend to agree with this move, Albert. This is no use in having overs left in the bank. You are your team's best bowler at this stage, so might as well bowl yourself out.
Lees. Once again runs it down to third man. She'll pick up a single.
Nzuza back on to strike. Unbeaten on 9. And that's a lofted drive opportunity. Just bounces short.
A diving effort by Izal Solier at Milan, but that one didn't carry properly. Always a difficult chance to dive forward.
That's a great effort. The ball just landing short. Nzuza trying to drive on the up. Just bounces in front of her.
And that will be the first boundary for Nzuza. She had to wait for 53 balls to get that one over the boundary fence, and well played. A little bit of crossbat there.
That one goes straight down to Izal Saliers for dot ball. But Nzuza is showing some aggressiveness in her batting now.
Swing and a miss. Through to the keeper. Well, the Titans, by the look of things, are in a very good position to qualify for the finals. If you look at down in Durban, chasing 227, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are currently 67 for 3. And if you look at the locks, we'll just take you through that with the score 75 for 2. The Lions will top the lock on 30 points, so they will be in the final. The Dolphins are currently on 25 points. They need to win there to knock the Titans out of contention. Should the Dolphins lose, they will stay on 25, and the Titans will move to 26. And Western Province also need to win by a bonus point to move to 26. And if we look at a net run rate, and we still need to work out today's game, it's going to be potentially a very close contest. This one is played down, reverse sweep by the experienced Sunay Lees, and she'll come back for a second.
It's a very good comeback by Kiara Fisher here. Yeah, Sunay Lees does look like she wants to be busy out there. There is a vacant 45 area on the offside. And she goes again. Reverse sweeps much harder. Might not get to the boundary. They turn back for a couple.
Just in front of the square leg umpire, there's some vacant area there, and Sensible, clever batting by the experienced Sunay Lees.
Fisher to Nzuza. That's a dot ball. And that ball is played down to in the middle of deep mid wicket and deep square for a single. Brings to the end of the 25th over. Fidelity Titans ladies 85 for 2 after 25 overs at the same stage. The Garden Route Badgers was 90 for 6.
Yeah, Sunay Lees, if you just look at her international career, she played 3 test matches with an average of 40.33, 124 ODIs, an average of 25.16, and 128 T20 international matches where she averaged 21.7 with a top score of 71. That's an impressive record.
Very impressive. That's why she is a Protea women's player for a very long time. St. Likula continue from the Freda Street end. Captain leading from the front.
Yeah, just some interesting facts about Sunay Lees. She was also a very good good tennis player, and she participated in the Sun City Tennis Tour. But she opted for cricket because she thought that tennis will never take her overseas.
Great decision to stick with the cricket.
Thanks for South African cricket. Run bound to third man. Work for Nadine Moodley does the fielding, and it'll be a single. And strangely enough, she was only 16 years of age in September 2012 when she made a debut for the national team.
She started off this inning very well. She's brought some energy to the crease. She's 8 of 9. Just playing simple cricket, rotating strike. Lucian Swartz will replace Kiara Fisher from the commercial box end. Quite an interesting bowling change.
Only 33 more runs required for the Titans. And as I've said earlier, they will be very strong contenders to get themselves into the finals here.
Dot ball to start off the 27th.
The Badgers did well. They won 3 out of their 5 opening round matches, including victories against Western Province, Northwest, and the Dolphins. And that one is well worked to fine leg. Work for Julia Hall. She's done a lot of running, but she will not prevent Lees from picking up a couple. A good crowd coming in here this afternoon at this mild autumn day. We spoke about the temperatures for the upcoming week, and that will be in the late 30s, Jason. That becomes uncomfortable here in Oudtshoorn.
Should be a very hot week. It'll be a tough week out on the field.
Lucian Swartz, wicketless today.
And the crowd that you're seeing out here is testament to having pro-tier players available for these Hollywoodbets Pro50 games. People will come out to see their international superstars. Fidelity Titans move to 91 for 2 after 27 overs. The rate required only sits at 1.3. I don't think there's any questions about who'll end up on the winning side here.
The captains in Claire Kula to continue from the Freda Street end. Yeah, it's also not so often that you see so many people wear jackets in Oudtshoorn.
This time of the year.
Ball muscle down the ground here by Nzuza for a single. Brings Nelis back onto strike. Titans 92 for 2. Just 28 runs away from victory. That ball just ran away down to third man again for another single to be added to the Titans total.
Elise has gotten to grips with the pace of the wicket very quickly. She hasn't tried to overhit or muscle anything. Just depended on the touch game.
It's another dot ball. Yeah, and wasn't really a need yet for her to do that. So just shows the experience of Sinalise.
Dot ball to end the 28th. 93 for 2. I think something that has been very evident to me ever since Lees came on, joined Nzuza at the crease, is how much better Nzuza is actually batting ever since Lees joined her. Yes, she's not striking at a scary rate, but she's actually looked way better.
Lucian Swartz to continue from the commentary box end. Starts off with a dot ball. Ball driven straight to mid-on for dot ball. Yeah, Nzuza has been looking more comfortable and better since the departure of Lee.
Into the pocket, in the leg side. Or settle for one.
That one was absolutely smacked back to the bowler. Lucian Swart had to make some evasive actions there. And that ball has gone to the long off boundary for another boundary. But is that an opportunity, Jason?
Oh, that would be harsh to call that an opportunity.
Yeah,
That was it hard back at her.
I just would like to remind our viewers, and specifically us in the commentary box, of an incident earlier this season. It was against Western Province, where the batter hit the head of Lucian Swartz while bowling. The ball ricocheted and was caught, and Lucian Swartz was out for a good deal of 6 weeks due to that concussion injury.
Certainly one of those incidences that were not nice to experience, nice to see.
End of the over, 29 overs gone. The total now 98 for 2. No, that's up, the 100 up. Apologies for that. That's the 100 up for the Titans in the 29th over. So they will need 20 more runs to cruise home with a victory here and in the process collect that all-important bonus point. Now the Dolphins in trouble. They're chasing 227. They 75 for 5 after 20 overs. And by the look of things, the chances are very good that the Dolphins will be eliminated from the second position of the lock and that either the Lions or the Titans here will move into the second position and take on the Lions in the final. Oh, that's a well-played shot in the gap. This one should run away for 4 and does. Yes, great effort, but not good enough from...
Annika Swart.
Yeah, that's Annika Swart.
Nicolin Janssen van Rensburg missed the length and line here. Presenting Lees with a lot of width to hit through the field with no one patrolling the offside boundary in front of square. Big shot here. Chance for Nicolin Janssen van Rensburg. Oh, and she shells it. She pulls down Lees on 17.
Yeah, Nicolin will be very disappointed. That's not her best effort ever. It was skied very high and a very disappointed Nicolin Janssen van Rensburg. This one is taken, and that's a departure of Luyanda Nzuza for 23. She's spent quite a lot of time in front of the wicket, 73, but she also played an important role in keeping the innings together.
I think as a young batter trying to make her way in the professional scene, she'll take a lot of learning from having spent so much time out of the crease, batting with the likes of Lees and Lee. At 105 for 3, Jafta walks out to join Lees at the crease. Janssen van Rensburg will be happy. Just the delivery before this one, having dropped Lees. She accounts for Nzuza, with Annika Swart completing the catch. $15 more runs needed for the Titans to win. And the Bears just need an unlikely 7 wickets to win this game.
As we saw the new batter Gandhi Yafta walking in. $105 for 3. Still more than 10 overs available to score that needed 15 runs to win by a bonus point. And Lucian Swart will continue from the commentary box end of the ground. So now Lees is on 18. He brings the captain Zintle Kula into the picture.
Direct hit there. Jafta would have been in trouble there as she gets off the mark.
Wide it. And they will also run a wide.
Good shot here by Jafta through the covers. Only for 1 run. Ten more runs needed for the Titans to win. 1 run too long on to close off the over for Lees. Titans are 111 for 3. We're close to the end now, Nathan. How do you sum up this performance here by both teams?
It's a brilliant ball there by Nicolini Hansman, almost getting through the defense of Sunelis. Yeah, I think the home side specifically will be very disappointed with their batting performance. But I believe they've done well with the bowling performance. Just was never enough runs on the board. I think if they've given themselves an opportunity to get to 180, 170, 180, that's another dot ball there.
Yeah, unfortunately, no support for Henri Dercksen. She fought a lonely battle. She made 61, and as I've said, just 1 or 2 batters could hang in and present support to her. But also, on the other hand, the Titans, especially the spinners, they got wickets at regular intervals.
Good fielding there by Lucian Swartz. Keeps it down to a dot ball. Yeah, so just a little bit more support for Henri Dercksen. Well bowled by the Titans and very aggressive showing by Lazelle Lee as well with a bat to start off the innings with. So all in all, I think it's more of a batting focus of the Garden Route Badgers today. And that one is absolutely muscled there by Sunelis over the mid-wicket boundary for a 6. And takes the Fidelity Titans ladies over the winning line. 123 for 3. Got to the runs. 117. Sorry, just apologies there. Jumping the gun there. So it's 117 for 3 after 32 overs. Still needing a further 3 runs for victory.
Yeah, and Kiara Fisher will bowl the last, what will most probably be the last over of the match. I don't want to jump the gun. The scoreboard was very quickly this time around. Straight to Giselle Abrams. Still not over here. Yeah, and by the look of things, Western Province down in Durban, seems that they will spoil the party of the Titans to reach the final. Because the Dolphins currently 79 for 7. And it was not the last over. In fact, it was a maiden over that was bowled by Kiara Fisher. Suneli is on 26 from 29 balls. She'll be on strike. Taking leads to 27. Down in Durban, the Dolphins chasing 227, now 80 for 7. Nosipo Vezi bagging 4 for 5. And Leah Jones, 2 for 9. The captain, Leah Jones. And a well-deserved wicket for Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Taking the score to 118 for 4 as Gandhi Yafta has been dismissed. Well, this also allows us to start summarizing what happened earlier today. The Golden Route Badgers, in overcast conditions this morning, won the toss and they opted to have a bat first. They immediately and very quickly lost 4 wickets, and with a score on 11 for 4, we thought this game might be over by lunchtime. But Andre Dercksen pulled things together. He scored 61 from 81 balls, hitting 6 fours. The only other batter that made double figures was Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, who made 23. The Badgers were dismissed for 119 all out. Masabata Klaas, 4 for 13. Paulina Mashisi, 3 for 28, and Luyanda Nzuza, 3 for 21. And in response, the Titans, well, their onslaught was led by Lizelle Lee, who scored 58, and there was 23 from Luyanda Nzuza. Sunil Lee is now on 27 not out, and the new batter is Masabata Klaas. Wide ball. No, it's not wide, in fact. And with that 2 wickets that Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg back, she and Kiara Fisher will share the spot for the top wicket takers in this competition. At this specific point in time, of course. Nicely into the gap by Masabata Klaas. And it seems that honor will be bestowed upon Sunailis to hit the winning runs here.
Scores are level. 1 run to win.
No, Sunailis opted to not take any risks. It's a star-studded lineup of the Titans, and Nathan, and we can say that the Badgers were completely outplayed today.
No, definitely have to agree with that. Their star batters, their star players did put up their hand. Sunailis final ball, another dot ball. It's not yet over.
They prolong the inevitable for as long as possible. So the destiny of the Badgers in Division 1 will be postponed until tomorrow, where the matches between the Lions and the Northwest Dragons, and the match here in Oudtshoorn between the Badgers and the Titans will determine the destiny of the team that will be relegated at the end of the competition.
It's all to play for the home side tomorrow.
And so Masabata Klaas, after picking up 3 wickets, shed the winning runs. Victory for the Titans with a bonus point by 6 wickets. They reach the target with 15.5 overs to spare. Well done and well played to the Titans.
Very well done indeed. That ball absolutely muscled down the ground. Very good bowling performance by the Titans.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-match presentation for this, the last pool match in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series between the visitors from Pretoria, the Fidelity Titans, and the home side, the Garden Badgers. It was a coolish day here in Oudtshoorn, and congratulations to the Titans for winning this one, taking it over the line by a bonus point. And by the look of things, only just missing out for a place in the finals. The match down in Durban is not yet finished, but Western Province definitely in a strong position to overtake the Dolphins in Durban on the lock, and the Titans will then finish third on the lock. So well done and well played to the ladies in the Sky Blues. I would like to call forward the captain of the Fidelity Titans, Anneke Bosch. Anneke, you arrived in Oudtshoorn, the Badgers, sometimes a bogey side. You were loaded with international stars, but a great all-round performance by your team.
Yeah, really happy to get over the line today. I think SVD bowled quite well, especially up front. But yeah, happy to get over the line today.
You also finished the season quite well, a comprehensive win. Most of the season you were mid of the table team, but you emerged very strongly in the end.
Yeah, I think we did well the last part of the season to finish, probably finish number 3 on the log today, after today. So yeah, it was a really good comeback because I think the first part of the season we didn't do so well. So proud of the girls of how we played the last couple of weeks.
For your team and for the competition, it was great to see international stars, the likes of Laura Wolford, Masabata class, Sune Lees in action today. It's great for the competition.
Yeah, really good. I think everyone enjoys playing with them and against them. The standards are just really high, and it's good to have them around.
Anneke, thank you very much. Good luck for the Pro20 tomorrow. Good luck for your campaign next season. You will definitely stay in the top tier competition. And thanks for the great spirit in which the Titans has played this game today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anneke. I would now like to call forward the losing captain, Zintle Kula. Zindley, the destiny of the Garden Badgers in the top tier competition must now wait until tomorrow. You were desperate, you won the toss this morning, it didn't work out for you.
Yeah, no, we definitely went to bat first, but then didn't go away. We lost wickets too early, so yeah, it was not going to good stuff for us. I guess we lost the day by the batting.
119 against the Titans will never be enough?
No, in any team actually, no.
Zintle, it was a great start. In the first round you won 3 out of 5, and then in the second round you recorded a good victory last weekend. You will definitely like to stay in the top tier competition?
I mean, definitely everybody wants to stay at the top tier, but we'll see what happens.
Zintle, to you and your team, thank you very much for the entertainment the past season. Thank you. So we will now announce the player of the match, and thank you to our 2 match officials today, Mr. Lezuko Mralazi and Ms. Sanmarie Potgieter. They were the adjudicators, and for a great bowling performance up front, picking up 3 wickets for 13 runs in 7.1 overs, Masabata class.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you, Masabata. It was great to see an international player in action here in Oudtshoorn. What was it like to bowl on this wicket?
To be quite honest, it was difficult, but then I think it took me like 3, if not 4 balls to adjust. So I think I adjusted very quickly.
Well, you certainly adjusted quickly because you quickly made inroads into the batting lineup of the Badgers. Well bowled, great performance, and all the best for your tour to New Zealand.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes this presentation. We will be back on air again tomorrow morning at 9:30 for the toss. Thank you. Baie dankie hoor.